You do the bear first.
Yep.
Good morning, everyone. Follow me in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today asking you to watch over this meeting of our commissioners and just be with everyone as they go about their lives through this week. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I'll now call the Monday, April 15th, Linn County Commission meeting to order. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? If not, I'll make a motion that we approve them as presented.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes as presented. Is there, all those in favor say aye? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
I see on the claims there, Burton, that you have $2,850 for council charges.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an itemized statement or?
Yes, Mr. David has that.
Well, we didn't receive it. I haven't received it yet, so.
Did you get that, David?
I'm sure I did.
I can produce that for you. There definitely is. That's would have been included with that amount. I can try to get it right now.
What is your hourly rate?
I think I charge $250 an hour.
Where did we, I guess, determine this? I guess, I don't know that we talked wages, I guess, is what.
It wasn't really discussed. That's just what my hourly rate is. I mean, I'm happy to have that conversation. We never had a conversation about.
Well, the way I feel is maybe it's wrong with me. We was asked if he could sit in, or that's what I got asked. What do you guys think?
I mean, is there, David, you had mentioned something about a statute about taking place. How does, how does it state?
On the county attorney, filling in for the county counselor.
Well, I mean, I think those duties fall back to the county attorney if we don't have a county counselor, but I don't know that there's anything about pay in that statute.
Well, that's what I've been told is it defaults back to you anyway, is what I've been told, but I don't know that for.
Well, I'd have to, I guess I can go look at the statute, but I know that the county had split the county attorney and county commissioner positions at some point and established, those are different roles with different pay structures and scales. And I think that's in line with what the county's ordinances are. I don't know if the statute says that they're one and the same. Again, I can give me some time. I'll review those, but,
Well, I'm good with everything on the claims except for that. I'm not good with that now. So if you guys
Okay.
want,
So we can get an explanation of that and then approve it at a later date.
I'm good with that. If we take that off the claims,
Is that okay, Bert?
I guess, if you want, like I said, I can bring that, I can go run next door and grab that item as statement if you want, or take it up next week.
I think we need to look at how it's set up and everything that way in the statute as well.
I can
So what was it? What was the amount?
The amount's 178,576.25. Is it, his was 2850, is that right?
I'm looking.
So Jim, you don't think he should be compensated for anything or what, I mean, what do you?
Well, I
Should he
just,
be
I
paid the
think
same
if we're
as
gonna
Gary
do
was
this,
paid, or
we should, if we was being charged, is what I'm thinking, we should have negotiated, so. No, it was just asked, I was asked, or I remember being asked if it was okay if Burton sat in.
Yeah, I was the one that set that up. We can't really run this county without him, so.
2825 is the amount.
2825, okay.
Okay, so you're gonna make a motion to approve the claims in the amount of $178,576.25 minus.
2825 until we see some further information.
Okay. All right. I will second that motion. It's been moved and seconded to approve the claims in the amount of $178,576.25 minus the $2,825 that we'll hold off on for Burton until we get some more information in regards to it. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 2-1. Adds and abates?
Didn't have any this week.
Okay. Randy, fire?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hagwald, Linn County Rural Fire Emergency Preparedness. Sent out the weekly call totals. We had 14 calls last week. Brings our yearly total up to 194 for the year. That is all I have this week, unless you guys have some.
On that fire truck that you brought up last week, what are we looking at replacing with that truck?
That'd be a tender, the oldest one that we have. It's also one with the damaged tank. It's sitting at the Mound City Station, Station 910. And it is actually on the list to be replaced, and the first truck to be that's in that list to be replaced.
So it's damaged?
Yeah, it's got a fiber tank, and that tank is leaking. And there's other issues with the truck other than that.
Okay. That was all I had, Randy.
Okay,
Anybody else? Okay,
thank you.
thank you, Randy. Sheriff's report. Total prisoners in 66, 9 releases this past week. Total farmed out of 0, total farmed in of 48, total 911 calls of 95, total jail contacts of 5,272, total calls for service 578, total civil service papers served of 17, vent inspections of 5, new cases opened of 15, cases closed of 4, 1 vehicle crash, 80 SRO activities, bailiff contacts 148 with 61 calls for service and 10 livestock out. AMR, Dawn? Couldn't see you behind the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, Don Brooks with American Medical Response. I've got the monthly report for Linn County. Blue Mound had 8 calls with 2 transports. Centerville had 1 call with 0 transports. Lacine had 9 calls and 6 transports. Linn Valley, 2 calls, 1 transport. Mound City, 13 calls, 1 transport. Parker, 1 call, 1 transport. Pleasanton, 10 calls, 9 transports. Prescott, 4 calls, 3 transports, for a total of 48 calls, 23 transports, and 1 flight.
Okay,
Any questions?
any questions for Dawn?
I don't have any.
Thank you, Dawn. John?
Morning, Commissioner. Sean West, Public Works. Believe we've got the park hay purchase agreement. And Burton's already, this is the one you prepared and it's ready to go.
Okay, so this hay purchase agreement is for the 92 acres of hay ground at Linn County Park from April 1st, 2024, terminating March 31st of 2026. It's between Linn County and Cole Davis in the amount of $4,140 per year. Are there any questions about the hay purchase? Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve the hay purchase agreement with Cole Davis in the amount of $4,140 for the 92 acres of hay ground at Linn County Park.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to enter in a hay purchase agreement with Cole Davis for the 92 acres of hay ground at Linn County Park in the amount of $4,140. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
We've had 46 people sign up for dust control, but we have had a couple of issues and concerns, and one of them I needed to bring to you. I've had 2 separate calls asking if people could apply or self-apply calcium to our roadways. The concerns I have are if it's applied by the property owner or they contract it through someone to apply it for them directly, then obviously we don't know what's been applied and where it's been applied. And if we damage it, we would grade the road normally. Also, we have had other substances other than calcium put down on the roadways, which obviously anything that comes off of there and runs off into the waterways could be considered an issue or a problem for us. I needed direction from you as to how to handle those. And in my opinion, unfortunately, I know it's more costly to go through us, but if we damage it, we go back and make it right with the property owner. They've gone through us. We know where it's at. We prep for it and prepare the roadway for it. So I don't see a good solution for self-applying. And then I believe it opens the doorway to other substances being laid down on the roadways.
We'd have a liability issue if we allowed that to happen and then something later, right?
Yeah. So
Keep it the way it is.
I think that we should be continuing to apply it ourselves. It's
Okay.
it's our road from that standpoint.
Okay. We've got CDL testing tomorrow, second phase CDL testing tomorrow, and then Lake Region on Thursday. I do have 2 seasonal mowers that I would like to recommend hiring. We interviewed them late Friday, so they're not on your agenda. Walter Hardy and Devin Rhodes. I would like to bring both of them in as seasonal mowers in the South District with the pay of 3D, which is $1274.15.
I'm good with that.
Danny? Okay. I'll make a motion that we hire Walter Hardy and Devin Rhodes at a pay scale of 3D as seasonal mowers for the South Shop.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to hire Walter Hardy and Devin Rhodes on the pay scale at 3D for seasonal mowers for the South Shop. Is there any discussion?
Just a minute. With that, is that a father-son?
I'm sorry,
Is that a father-son?
as far as the first one's last name,
The road boss? They're not
this gentleman's
Hardy?
from out of state, and
It's in their relation to, okay.
Okay,
none that I'm aware of.
I just caught the last names all.
Yes.
So, okay,
that's fine.
I'm good with it.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Late last week, and I think David may have sent it out to you this morning, the March task summary came out. I was absent when it came out for family matters, so it should have got emailed or will get emailed out sometime today to you. CFS is meeting with us after they input the bridge data, and then I'll catch you up later. They are the bridge inspection group that we hired, the engineers. They're willing to meet with us, go over that bridge data,
Okay,
and then tell us what they can tell us or try to answer some of our questions. And then once we have that meeting, we'll know more about what to get back with you on.
okay,
We'll receive the landfill bid for the project from Call Valley next week. I spoke to the engineer on that. And Todd is going to try to get with us. He's on leave right now currently, but he's going to try to get with us this week so we can get the oil bids back out to you next week. Sherry's working on bids for removing and installing docks and the other possibilities of us doing it. She's checking in with some other folks to see if we can do it ourselves or if this equipment to drive the mud poles may be something that we just don't have or can't.
I thought that was gonna be floated over. I thought they were gonna float it over or something. It was already all together and they were just gonna float it over the like.
It was pulled apart, laid on the grass pad
I saw
near,
it up there, yeah.
and then we sectioned it out and reorganized it because it was basically a straight line dock for them. For us, it's going to be a boat slip, so it's going to have sections going out to the side. So when we get the other information about what it might take to get it installed and whether it's going to cost us to put the mud poles in or to have someone pull out what's existing there to get it in, then we're going to come back and do the whole project and what it might cost us to put it in at one time.
okay.
The piping, our lagoon project is done as far as the dredging part of the project. Now it's on us to do the dirt work or the mud and reslope the banks that have washed and then put the riprap back in. As part of this, you approved piping to go from the two boxes or from the one box to the two cells. Once we got the water off the top of those, I learned that those were not in the same positions I believed the end of those pipes would be. So there may have been more material needed to get them to where they are. I've called Kansas Rural Water and have a contact, and I'm going to meet with them this week so that they can give me further instruction, because this is the project since being licensed just a few years ago. This is a project of some size, so I'm going to get some advice from them on what can be done. I've got a top end for the water and the piping And the first bid that you approved would have been, I believe, somewhere between $3,800 and $4,000. In an extreme, if we had to, depending on what Kansas Rural Water said to us, I have a high-end bid at 8464. Unfortunately, after I meet with Kansas Rural Water, I'm going to have to get this pipe in those wells so I can get the wells put together. So I may not have an opportunity after that to come back. What I'd ask, because I believe the extreme high case is not where we're going to land, I would ask that you approve up to $8,000 on that piping project if the state called for it, so that we could get it done and get the water back in the cells and keep the project moving.
Thoughts?
Why couldn't we have seen it to begin with, I guess? What was the
It
problem?
was covered in sludge. It was below, obviously below the water level, but then it was below the sludge line. The pools had filled up. And I believe,
Pipe then, I guess, is what you're saying?
yes, because what you're wanting is for the maximum usage of those cells, you're wanting it to enter in one location and 180 degrees exit at that location. So you're wanting it basically directly across from those pipes. And as I looked at that, that's what I believed it should be before we uncovered it. That's not what it was when we uncovered it. I believe Kansas Rural Water, when they come down, they're going to tell me you're good to put it back the way it was or should have been, and that we can go the cheapest route. As long as they tell me I don't need a whole new set of engineering plans that are going to cost more than the pipe, I believe that's the smartest option to go with.
So that's the $8,000.
If we can,
That's staying on our current bid.
if we stay on the current bid, basically what we're doing is pushing them out into the wells, and we are not 180 degrees from that location.
So you're gonna have to build a new well, is what you're saying, if,
No, we'd have to, basically it enters, they're square, it enters at one corner and it should leave at the opposite corner roughly, depending where it's at. And when we got them uncovered, that's not what we found. I don't know the answer, but I called Kansas Rural Water. I've got a
if we
local,
change it, we may have to change it.
we may have to change where it dumps into the well.
For the well too.
Yes. And the whole reason for that is from start to finish, this water has to stay in because our lagoon there does not allow releasing water. It has to stay in each one of those cells for a combined total of 150 days.
Okay.
So, but again, I don't believe this is where we're going to land. I just want to have a contingency so that once I get in there, I can keep the project moving, and I don't have, because I'm going to have to pump water from one cell to another, dry it out, get the work done, and go to the next one and move the water. I don't want to have to wait a week and then move that water again.
You'll report to us what you're doing.
That's correct.
Do we have a fund set aside for this that we take like per camper, and $1 goes into a fund to help fund cleaning these things out? Is there supposed to be a fund? I mean, are we going to raise the price of camping to deal with this project? I mean, like at the landfill, we have a special fund to raise the cells, do we not?
You have capital,
So do we have anything set aside? Are we taking any money and setting aside for?
there's a capital projects
'Cause it seems like
line that we move over, but
like the docks that, from my understanding, we were just going to float them over and it wasn't going to cost us any money to do it. Now we have bring in a special machine, and it costs us a lot more money than what I was thinking. I mean, don't you guys agree?
Seems like there's always more.
And I can say on this project, a lot of the reason that this is unknown is when I initially called the state, I was told I'd have to fill out paperwork on the disbursement of the materials and weights and volumes, and there wasn't a lot after that. What I didn't know was this contact with Kira. Had I set them up originally, they would have been here and helped manage the project from the beginning to assist us. But I was unaware because I haven't been in that organization that long on how this process starts. So unfortunately, a 40-year project, and I'm learning about it from day one. So a lot of this has to do with my level of knowledge about who to make contacts with.
Okay.
Feel like we're spending a lot of money out there. I've been out there the last 2 weekends just to see what kind of, people we had coming out there. And I think there's only 2 people in all the cabins. I mean, nothing, I just don't see. I've asked about the booking online for the last 3 months and still nothing on it. I mean, we're going into camping season, aren't we?
We should be at the opening of camping season currently.
What would you like to do?
I mean, I stated my opinion on it. I mean, I think we have to do this, do we not?
We're going to have to put the lagoon back together. And again, I don't believe that I'm going to reach this, but if I get information that I'm unaware of, I still want to keep the project moving and report back to you. Obviously, I'd report back to you before the invoices came in and let you know what occurred, because I can't get all the cells done in a week's time. So if no matter what happened, no matter what decision I had to make, I'd be back here explaining what occurred before the invoices.
Okay.
Let's move on, fix it, and go on.
Okay. We'll fix it and go on.
Okay. I have Johnny here. We spoke about those funds and the equipment funds. He has researched the UTVs, and the purpose for the UTVs is to spray off-road in areas that the truck would either get damaged or can't reach. He's done a little bit of work on finding a solution for that. In one occasion or occurrence, we've used a personally owned UTV and let the property owner beside our right-of-way assist us in supplying or covering that field with our materials. So I think it's a useful project, and the only equipment he's moved so far with that fund didn't cost anything. It was a trade with the fire department for the vehicle he uses to spray for bug control. As he's talking about it, for that line item, Noxious Weeds has $57,528 in that fund.
Johnny?
Good morning, Commissioners. So as Sean said, I was here this morning to speak to you guys about some research I've been doing for UTV to be added to the Noxious Weed Department. Whenever I first started the Noxious Weed Department, this will be my 3rd spray season, I was told that basically before me it had kind of got almost defunct. The department was going to need to be built up from the bottom up. And so learning experience, my first 2 years, one of the things that I learned that would be an added benefit to the department and an added facet that we could take care of some of the county-owned property that does have infestations of noxious weeds was a UTV with a spray rig. Many of the other noxious weed departments around the state use these readily, and It also, not only does it allow us to get into areas that we can't get to with the truck, but just to name you a few, like Tucker Road is a good example. It's highly infested with teasel. And that was the example that Sean had mentioned, that there was a resident that he'd sprayed his pasture, but leading right down to it on two sides was just teasel 6 foot high on the county rights of way. And it was an area that we couldn't get to with the truck. It's an overpass on Tucker Road, if you're familiar with that, where it goes up over the railroad tracks. And so he offered to use his UTV if we used our chemicals, since it was our right of way. And we got it done last year on his part. Well, there's 3 other sides to that overpass that are still infested and can't get to with the truck, really. So that'd be just one example of the areas. Some of the other examples are, ever since I very first started, I've had reports, like talking about the park, when people start camping at the power plant park, I've had reports called in like, do you all know about all the Lespedeza infestation you have on the county park areas? And that literally there's no way to get to it with the truck. Even if you strung a hose, you could get 100 feet, and then that's all you could get, and there's infestations. And it wouldn't be an overnight fix out there. It'd be something every season we work on more and more, and that's one of the areas that we could use an ATV. The ones I'm looking at, the spray rig that would go in the back of a UTV, has a 38-foot boomless sprayer. So you have 2 nozzles that spray this way and one out the back. So you're covering 38 feet. And then it also has a 100-foot hose reel, so you can pull off and do spot spraying and so on. And so just to give you some of the prices that I came up with, I checked with, I will touch on that real quick. I had discussed with Sean what his thoughts were on new or used. And I got new prices first. Figured we'd start with that. One of the reasons, and my reasoning was, and I put the question to him, and I'd put the question to you all. Generally, what do we as a county sell on Purple Wave? Because that's the most common place I figured we'd look. You could buy used from individuals, but commonly you could look for used equipment on Purple Wave. Well, usually we sell equipment that's gotten outdated, or warranties have ran out and starting to have problems, or maybe we think it's going to have problems, and that's why we liquidate it and get something out of it while we can on Purple Wave. Well, I figure that's what we're going to be purchasing too. Something if we purchase used off of Purple Wave, you'd almost instantly want to take it and get it into a shop and get check bushings and bearings and suspension, and let alone the drivetrain. So if we start with new, that's something that only me and my sister are going to use. We're going to take care of it. It's going to last a long time. Just like our spray rig, our truck rig. I inherited new equipment, and we take very good care of it. It doesn't get used and abused, and it'll last us many years. So that's why I started with these new quotes, and I'll give you just an overview of some of those. So I checked with J. Hatfield in Wichita, and there's 2 different models I was looking at. One was the Polaris, 2024 Polaris. It's the 1000 premium. And the total on that one was $15,319.49. And the Kawasaki model is a Kawasaki Mule 1000, and the total on it was $15,158. The distinct differences between these 2 models are the Polaris. Number one, everybody knows Polaris. That's a name in UTVs that everybody knows. They're highly recommended and used in this industry. And the only biggest difference I've seen between the 2 is the Kawasaki was a little bit more expensive in some of the different quotes I got, but they came with a roof. They came with half doors that are more safety than anything. Keeps, if you're driving along, you don't fall out. And it had a metal bed in it, and it had a 3-year factory warranty. I would be happy with either model of these 2. It's more of a need to go look in person and see. I did do the research and make sure that both of these will be adequate for our use. So the spray rig that we would put in these, they're like a component system. You just slide it in. You can take it back out for winterizing and so on. And so with the weight of the unit and loaded with the chemicals and water, it's a 100-gallon tank. So it's approximately 1,000 pounds. And that's the actual capacity of both of these 2 models in the bed was 1,000-pound capacity. So they would meet the standards for what we need. Again, that was J. Hatfield in Wichita. There was J. Hatfield in Frontenac, Kansas. They have the same name, but they're 2 different entities, and it's reflected in the prices are a little different. So the Kawasaki at J. Hatfield in Frontenac was $15,498, and the Polaris is $14,998. And then the only other one I got to answer me in time to come in here and see you guys, I've called 3 or 4 other places in the Kansas City area, and just hadn't got a quote into me yet. I may come flowing in the next few days, but one of them was Dream Machines in Kansas City, Missouri, and I was kind of surprised they were a little bit more expensive. They didn't carry the Kawasaki, but the Polaris was $16,124. And all of these quotes, as they reminded me, the salesman, unless you put a purchase agreement, these quotes are only good for like today. So that's why, again, it's maybe a deal where we do like a recommended cap on what I go look at, and then I'm just going to have to go look in person, because like they brought out, this is UTV, ATV season. What they gave me a quote on Wednesday on something might not even be in their inventory on through the weekend because people come and purchase. So that's so the prices basically ranged from 15,000 to just over 16,000. So as a recommendation to you all, if you thought that'd be something that we could put just a cap on the amount, and I go look in person and try to pick out which model and which.
Do you already have a spray rig, or are you purchasing a new one of those?
Yeah,
as well?
we have not purchased it yet. No, I do have some prices on those too, with me here. I'd already done
Spray rig.
a spray rig.
Trailer.
Yeah, we also will need a trailer also to transport it. Yes. Let me see here. I got an email that I sent to Sean where I'd come.
Let me ask you, did you check with John Deere? John Deere was in there just a few months or weeks ago, and I think they lease,
That is one, that is, I have not, to answer your question, and I had
they have a
heard
lease agreement with.
they do have a lease agreement.
On,
That is something that I would like to check on too, and maybe come back to you. To get in here by this time, I had not checked that. I wasn't sure about the lease agreement because I just wasn't familiar with lease agreements, how good they are.
Tractors is what we was talking about.
Well, they do. They were at one of. Do you remember the? I don't know if any of you gentlemen were there, but we had a KAC meeting in Columbus, Kansas, a few months back. I think that's the last KAC meeting we were at, and they were one of the vendors that were there at that meeting, and he gave me some information then on leasing UTVs, and it wouldn't be the spray rig at all. It's just the UTV, and they do have a lease program. I just didn't know if the lease program, and it may be more beneficial. It'd be something, maybe we weigh the two if you wanted me to go look some information on that.
Well, the way I feel about it right now is, Johnny, I think you've done an excellent job, better than it was, but I tell you what, I think we have a lot more work to do on the roads as far as the entrances to the bridges and things that we can do with the truck. Mm-hmm. And I would like to see us get across the county better with that before we buy more equipment is what I'm.
Well, to answer to that, I don't disagree with you that there's always improvements. It wouldn't matter. Any department could come in here and ask for more equipment, and there's probably going to be some other area they could do better at.
I know.
So if it was held up just for that, then my answer to you is, then when residents come to me and they say, you've got noxious weeds at the parks, I can't get to it, then I guess I'll just refer them to the commissioners and say, well, when they get the let me get the equipment.
Are
we
we
can do it.
are we liable for the weeds at the park?
Yeah, yes, absolutely, by Kansas state statute.
That's under your control, yes.
Yep. And
Well, I'll say this, within the right of way, we've got a lot of places in the right of way, the road right of ways that we could do to get across the county better. And I'm not for spending more money right now for more equipment. I think with the equipment we've got a hand boom on the truck with a hose, right? That'll go out how far?
it'll get 100 feet. Well, to answer your question, if you're trying to say that we have the equipment to take care of all the noxious weeds on well, let me finish. If you're saying that we have the equipment to take care of all the noxious weeds that we're responsible for in the county, the answer is no. Just answer that question. Do we have equipment that we can do noxious weed spraying in the county? Yes, we do. Could we do better every year? I'm trying to do better every year. But to answer the question, we do not have all the equipment that we need to do all of the eradication that we're responsible for.
But we've got the equipment to do the areas that we could do a better job on, I guess, to finish on all the roads.
Oh, yes, that's what I said.
Okay.
We do have equipment, but we don't have equipment to do all of it.
But we have work that we can get better at, right?
What's your question again?
We can finish the roads to do a better job with the equipment we have before we extend
Yes, we have equipment.
the program.
We have equipment that with the truck that we have, we can spray 15 foot from the roadside. That truck is not equipped to go off-road.
It don't have a hand boom on it with
It does have a hand boom. So you're suggesting that we take the hand boom, and I'll tell you this, we could do that and then we'll get less roads done. because you know how much time it would take I've done it. I mean, we've sprayed the county property, the county fairgrounds, and we did it all with hand. And it took better part of a week to do what we did for Johnson Grass Control in the areas down there where the parking was and everything that we agreed to do. So with that week that we spent doing it with a hand, that we could have done with a day with a UTV, took us off the roads. So to answer that question.
Well, we don't have a full expense of the equipment anyway, because it's going to take a trailer too, so.
Okay.
I would like to see exactly what we're going to spend.
Well, for the record, my thoughts are we have it in capital outlay to do it. And if it's just being held ransom because somebody thinks that we should do more somewhere else, I don't say I agree with that, but it's up to you guys.
Okay.
So can you get us information on the trailer that you're gonna need? Fine tune things as far as just make sure we've got a price range on the that we're gonna spend on the UTV. Are you okay with the price range
When you look, I'd like to see what the rental is too.
and the rental?
Okay, I'll contact John Deere today and get some information on that, because you're right, that was something that was mentioned to me, like I said, at that meeting I was at. I just didn't know all the details that are involved. Like usually it's just like leasing a vehicle for our homes. I mean, so if we go over so many hours, is there a big penalty for that? It's just information like that I'll need to see when I talk to him, because sometimes ownership is better. You do have some equity at the end of it where you can, like I said, if we needed to replace it down the line, we get some equity where we can sell it and get some money back. With lease, you get nothing back. You just pay it out and you don't get any of that back. So it'd be something I could look
A
at.
lot of expense of keeping them up too.
Yep.
They're high maintenance.
Yep.
Okay. Look into those things for us, Johnny.
Absolutely.
Okay with that?
Yeah, I'm in favor of just get us final numbers and I'd be good.
When would you like me to come back next week with numbers, or is there a timeline?
if you-
I really, here's the situation. If we just prolong and drag our feet, then I'll just spend more time out spraying, because if we just keep dragging our feet, we miss the window this year, and we can just try to press it next year, I guess. So that's why I'd like to come back next week then with more information. And what is it you exactly want me to bring back next week?
So
Information on the trailer, check on
price
the
on the trailer,
lease agreement from John Deere.
look into that, and then the range that you're gonna be purchasing within, which I think you already have most of
Right.
that.
Okay,
So will that work?
that works good. Thank you,
And,
Commissioners. I
and we'll
appreciate it.
include the spray boom,
Yes.
the spray rig and everything that way for the back.
Yep.
And just kind of an itemized list of what you're gonna have from that standpoint.
Okay, that sounds good. And before I go, then I will let you know, I was looking at that before I got a question. So the spray rig, so the two that I found, there's a company called Ag Spray Equipment, and their total, and again, this is a component unit. It just slides in, you're ready to go. It was $4,004.05. And I was actually, when I was pretty impressed with that unit, it was the first one I looked at. But as you know, if you've ever looked for a new car or something, you go down to the next place and you go, oh, man, this one's even cooler than the last one. Well, Fairbank Equipment, this is the company that rigged our truck. And they do custom rig. They take all the components that they sell and they build it all. And what I liked about this after I seen it was not only was it a little bit less expensive, but it uses all the exact plumbing for all the components that are hooked together between the pumps and all that kind of stuff that we have on the truck. It's a, I don't know if you're familiar, but banjo components is what it uses. And the other one did not. And so there, and he also pointed out that they upgrade their the spray nozzles to the boom buster, which is what's on the truck. And he said, like the other, he wasn't trying to bad talk them or whatever. He goes, but theirs is like a manufactured unit. This is more like a custom unit. He upgrades the nozzles. He also upgrades the handheld. And it's just like what's on the truck. It's the one that came on the other one is basically the spray nozzle, the 100-foot reel, was just like what you'd use in your hand pump if you've ever used them and you got your little squeeze dilly. I mean, they work, but they're not commercial grade.
Right.
So he upgrades all that stuff to more of a commercial grade, and it's compatible with what we have on our truck. So not only are we familiar with it, if for some reason you had to get by to rob Peter to pay Paul or something, you're using the same stuff. So I was really, and so the bottom line on it was $3,531.69. So it was almost $400 and some cheaper than the other one. So, and the trailer, I did only have time to get one, and it was from a local. I wanted to give him a shot, so it was no manufacturing, and I think it was $28.50 for, let me see here. UTV trailer, 6 foot by 10 foot, non-tilt with gate ramp, similar to what, if you all have seen what the fire stations have for every fire station I go in when I do pest control. They have this style and it seems to work really well. It's got the ramp that folds up and secures the UTV very well and easy to get it on and off. They're built lower so that it doesn't have a steep grade to the ramp. And theirs at Neal Manufacturing was $28.50. And I'll get some more for comparison on the trailers too then.
That'll work.
Well,
All right.
I mean, he has all the pricing there.
Okay.
So you just want to look into the leasing. I would rather I feel like $28.50 is a pretty good price for a used or a new trailer like that. He's already done his homework on it and got bids. So Jim, do you just want him to get leasing or do you guys still want him to get more?
Do
You want him to get more?
I'd like to see what the other is as far as the leasing one too, myself, just to see.
I think
They have a program, they talked about it.
good.
Huh?
A second bid on the trailer would be good.
Yeah, I think I personally think he's well covered on his pricing on everything. So now I just want him to check in the leasing. That's all I want.
Okay.
I think.
To give you an idea, I did have, let me find this email I sent to Sean. This kind of gives at least a overview. I had a total here. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Let's see. I think it was with the trailer, the Polaris. I think it was 21,000. Yeah, here it is. So with the trailer from Neal Manufacturing, $28.50, and that's new. The UTV, a 2024 Polaris Ranger 1000 Premium new, $14,998, and the spray rig for $38,3610, that's new. The total was $21,684.10. The spray rig price I don't see changing. The trailer probably not changing, but the again, just to point out, the prices on the quotes on the UTVs are literally good for that day.
What was that total again, Johnny?
$21,684.10.
Johnny, I put a card in front of you. That's the salesman for for John Deere that
Okay,
came and talked to us. So if you want to call him.
thank you.
Okay.
Will do. Last thing that I want to say is I definitely want to thank the fire department and you commissioners for allowing us to do the equipment exchange. So they got the old spray rig truck that they're turning into a brush fire truck, which they'd already done one from one of our old units that was sitting out in the weeds last year and put into one of their trucks. And so they're doing kind of the same thing. And they said it worked really well for them. And for me and for Carl in the Noxious Weed Department, when we took over the pest control spray, this is something I hadn't thought of. I'm sure no one had thought of, that we kind of needed a vehicle for pest control spray because technically by state statute, you're not supposed to have the chemicals in an open truck. If you've ever noticed any pest control, they got a van or a truck with a camper on it or something. It's not supposed to be out there. So like in the wintertime, this past winter, the canisters were freezing up going from job to job. So we had to keep them in the cab of the truck at our feet. Pest chemicals, so that wasn't a good deal. So this worked out really good. We've already got all of our equipment switched over, the pest control equipment into it, and it's working really well. And also we used it to go to our monthly meetings, so that's less miles and wear and tear and possible damage to our spray rig by taking this other vehicle to our meetings. So I want to say thanks to that department and to you guys letting us do that.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good day.
Commissioners, the move from the second floor is occurring as we speak. I see him staging the truck. That should occur over the next 2 days. And then we will look at punch listing the move will be done, but we will look at punch listing what needs done to finish up ceiling tiles, other things in the building. But I do need to head over that way and start the process and see where we're at and what's going to be accomplished today with that.
I've got a lot of phone calls. I think they've called me 4 times this last week over the elderly center in Pleasanton. Do we have a time on that?
I don't have a time. What I can tell you is, as we finish up this project, I'm turning to the doorway and the flooring over there. I will try to get an update for you next week. Unfortunately, I was gone most of this week, and I can't answer too much about that, but I will define it, and now that we're finishing up the largest part of this process, devote more time to that building and see when we can get it accomplished.
Did you get a chance to look at that yet? I just emailed it to you Friday, I think.
I did see this. The only question I had was that the commissioners had already had a hold on work assistance, but David's received one from a cemetery board asking for grading assistance inside a cemetery. This is the Township Board of Mound City for Woodland Cemetery, and they're asking for grading and to pay the gravel for the maintenance of their roadway inside their cemetery.
But we haven't been accepting any assistance from anybody, have we? I mean, wasn't that our conclusion?
We haven't been accepting any assistance agreements. How do you feel about this one, Jim?
We typically don't grade inside the cemeteries anyway, do we?
Yes,
I thought we gave.
we do maintenance agreements with most of the cemeteries.
Putting rock in the cemeteries, we've done it.
They pay for the materials, and we do the grading
Oh, do it.
typically. If it helps the discussion any at all, I think we're to a point where if you did accept this one, we would contact them and tell them how far out we would be, but we could go ahead and put it on the books and push it down the road and tell them this is when we could get to you.
I mean, I know that, I don't think it's probably a huge task, is it?
No.
So I would be for us helping out the cemetery district.
I think we have been doing that as far as hauling rock or grading the cemeteries. I think since I've been here, we have.
Okay.
I mean, what you guys want to do? Let's do it.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve the assistance agreement with the Township Board of Mound City Township for Woodland Cemetery for assisting in grading the designated roads in Woodland Cemetery and hauling the rock with them paying for the rock.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the assistance agreement for Mound City Township for Woodland Cemetery for grading the roads and hauling the rock with them reimbursing us for the rock. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Gary Smith was the one who turned that in, so he'd probably be the one to contact.
I'll make contact with him. Commissioners, do you have anything else before I go across street? And if you need me back for any reason, ask Darren or Jessica to get me, but I do think I need to check on that project.
Okay. Thank you, Sean.
I have a new resolution. We had you pass one last week for Lisa Kelstead's appointment, and then when I sent it into the state, we discovered there was a wrong date on there. So I did a new one where it cancels the previous resolution and has the correct date.
Okay.
Ending date was wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, and I didn't catch it before I sent it in.
March 25th, 2024. That was
Well, that was.
when R expired.
Yeah, what was wrong on the other one?
June 30th, 2025.
Yeah, in that spot on the old one, it said 2024, and it should have been 25, because
Okay.
that's when the term ends.
Okay. Any other questions about this resolution? Yeah.
question about. So do you need a motion to,
Just to adopt this resolution, and that takes care of it.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution 2024-15 for appointing the county appraiser for the Linn County, Kansas, and canceling resolution 2024-14.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded to approve resolution 2024-15, replacing resolution 2024-14, appointing Lisa Kelstead as our county appraiser. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Just something that I would like to take care of. I would like to move that we remove Job Ori from the Planning and Zoning Board for a lack of attendance. He's attended only one of the 4 meetings this year, and add Butch Boley in his place.
I'm sorry, what was the name of
Job Ori,
the new
Planning and Zoning, Butch Boley.
Foley?
Yes.
How did this matter come about? I mean, why is it?
Well, I've been talking with Job and had stressed to him that he needed to do a better job of attending the meetings, and that's what it's in reflection to.
We have a lot of people that, I mean, if we're going to do that, we have a lot of boards where people don't, their attendance is
We
massive.
just changed that to where we've got the Zoom, and even in the last meeting, was he notified on the last meeting that the Zoom was available?
Okay.
Was he notified?
I don't have any idea from that standpoint. He said that he was busy and could not attend.
Was he notified that the Zoom was?
I did not notify him.
Well, I'm just saying, I think we've fixed the problem where people can, and it is an advisory board anyway, and it's at the,
I agree. I think that, being there and having appropriate discussion is important.
yeah,
That's the only reason
I'm not for just pulling people off that.
Okay.
there, because I mean, there's a lot of situations on there that I probably don't like, but, I don't go to taking people off, and you know what? We've taken
not
one
what I'm
person,
doing.
we've taken one person off of it already that I don't think deserved it, but, I'm not for it myself.
Okay.
I'm not for it either. I had spoke with him and he's very adamant about being on it, and,
I know he is.
he had a job to do, and we all have things that come up, and, like Jim said, it's an advisory board, but it's unpaid.
I agree.
I appreciate everybody's willingness to go there anyway, and on a set or a.
That's reasonable.
So
Tuesday night,
at
7 o'clock.
what point are we going to on attendance?
I would like personally to go to a night meeting of the commission meeting myself, to where we could have more opportunities for more people to be on this board.
Okay.
I just don't see how we can police one and we have others that are almost non-existent.
On that board.
On other
Other
boards
advisors
throughout the entire county.
Okay. And I think we have policies in place and have removed people for those same things. And like I said, I mean, that is the only, he wasn't at the last planning and zoning meeting. He'd missed all but one this year. That was the reason that I was talking to him about it.
Well, I don't think we'd get in a fair situation if he didn't get notified that we did have Zoom. I don't know. I haven't talked to Joe, but
Okay. It's fine. Motion dies for a lack of a second. Okay, public comment. A citizen desiring to speak on an item not on the agenda may do so at this time. Discussion is limited to 5 minutes, and the commission will not take action at this time. Items introduced under public comment may become agenda items for a later time and date. Is there any public comment?
Okay, public comment is closed. Do we have anything else to attend to at this time, David?
I don't have anything that I need.
Okay,
We've got stuff coming up in a few minutes or 20 minutes or so till the next thing we had on the agenda, but
all right. Is everybody here in regards to the rock quarry? Okay, Stephanie?
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephanie Walker. I just wanted to review real quick over what's been going on with the rock quarry as far as the citizens, the landowners up in the area. Again, the pink dots are the ones who signed the protest petition. The yellow dots are who have spoke out or spoke to you and are not for it. This is the quarry here. I wanted to address at the planning and zoning meeting last week, one of the persons on the board had spoke about how there was already an existing rock quarry here, and my comment to that was, this quarry is here and it's been here for what, 50 years, but it's kind of tucked back away from everybody. This quarry that's going in here is going to be out amongst everybody. Everybody's going to see it. Everybody's going to have to deal with it, and it also is a visible, will be very visible to the highway. So there's something that I wanted to bring back to your attention, and I hope that you think about that as landowners. We don't want to see our property devalued, and that is probably something that will happen, and I don't think it's very fair to any of us. I think we've all spoke out and told you how we feel about it. So I hope you keep all that in mind, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Okay, Darren?
Good morning, Commissioners. Darren Wilson, Planning and Zoning Director.
Before we get started, Darren, has the planning and zoning been notified that the meetings are, that they can be on Zoom?
Not as of yet. I know that you guys voted the resolution into place, but Chris has still got to set it up. And I spoke with Chris last week, and he's still in the process of doing that.
Okay.
And I can't explain what has to be done for all
I
that.
don't know either. I just wanted to make sure they knew. I mean, that we know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
At our last meeting, we commissioners tabled the case CUP 24-01, asking for better findings. Staff findings, actually, these are planning and zoning's findings. The use does fit with the character of the neighborhood, as all nearby properties are agricultural, and there is an existing rock quarry across the street. The definition of characteristics of a neighborhood is defined as physical, economical, and social. The zoning of nearby properties are agricultural and countryside. The property is suitable for proposed use. Rock quarries are allowed with a conditional use permit in the agricultural district, section 5-301F, supplemental district, section 16-406, articles 20-04, 20-104, 20-109, and 110 of the Linn County zoning regulations. And I put in here, if you want me to read the whole article, I can, that allows this, or I can move to the next item.
What would you like, Danny?
whatever you want to do.
So just read off the articles that you're referencing.
Yeah, that's what I did. Article 5-301, in the A district, the following uses are allowed upon the issuance of a conditional use permit in accordance with the provision of Article 20 of these regulations. 5-301F, commercial development of natural resources and commercial extraction of raw materials such as rock, gravel, and sand. Supplemental District Section 16-406, quarrying, mining, and removal of sand, gravel, stone, coal, and topsoil, and the processing of the same, including asphalt and concrete plants, shall require a conditional use permit in compliance with the following. A, such conditional uses shall be located nearby or adjacent to roads capable of handling the accepted highway loads of the heavy traffic, and the county if the county finds that any road which would be used by the operation to be inadequate for the expected quantities of traffic, especially with respect of heavy truck traffic, then the applicant shall be required to improve and maintain the roads such that the roads will accommodate the anticipated traffic. An improvement and maintenance agreement shall be required to assume that the streets used by the operation will be appropriately improved and maintained. All area quarries and mines shall not endanger the lateral support of abutting and adjoining properties. A minimum setback of 100 feet from any road right-of-way or property line measuring horizontal must be maintained free of any quarry or mining activity, either surface or subsurface. No building equipment or quarry products or other materials shall be erected or stored within the 100-foot setback, although the setback area may be used for screening or berms as may be required by the conditional use permit. The proposed use does not appear to detrimentally affect nearby properties. The proposed use will not significantly reduce nearby property values. There are relatively few studies that look at the value of property near quarrying operations. Those few studies often contradict themselves. There are 11 dwellings, and Linn County City Hall is within the 1,000-foot notification area. Linn Valley is just on the edge of the notification distance. There's an existing quarry across the road from the proposed site and an industrial power plant. The area has multiple conditional use permits across 69 Highway. There's a topsoil sales company, also a bed and breakfast, cabin rental, storage rental, and bait shop. There's a map included with conditional use permits in the area, which I have that I'll give to you. Property will remain as currently zoned as agricultural and has had cattle on property. With proper conditions, the use will not detrimentally affect the public health, safety, and welfare and would benefit the public by providing a boost to local economy. See conditions below. The requested conditional use permit conforms to the Linn County current comprehensive plan. Comp plan, page 11, diversifying the economy. Comp plan, page 20 through 22, goal B, economic growth, supporting strong and diversified local economy. Comp plan, page 29, goal D, land use and development. Comp plan, page 30, future land use. Comp plan survey, promote job creation and entrepreneurship, 57.89%. Comp plan survey, supporting existing businesses and attract new retail, 67%. Comp plan survey, extend the life of the power plant and explore strategies to bring additional tax revenue, 61%. Planning and zoning with a 6-3 vote recommends approval of the conditional use permit with the recommendations of conditions and findings from Golden versus the City of Overland Park. Must comply with all state and federal regulations. Permits be kept on file with Linn County Planning and Zoning Office. Hours of operation 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. There was public comment about noise from grinding rock and truck traffic, conditions to mitigate for the possible noise complaints. Heavy equipment hours of operations shall not include maintenance on equipment, loading or unloading of equipment for transport, operations that occur indoors or operations necessitated by emergency situations. No storage of explosives, conditions set to protect against danger of public safety. Explosives will only be on property the day of scheduled blasting and brought in by a licensed company to handle the explosives. Ingress and egress to 2400 road and to be concreted. Conditions set to eliminate multiple entrances to property on other roadways. Conditional use permit to be renewed in 5 years. Dust control condition due to public comment about how bad the dust could get and how bad it is from the other quarry in the area. Berms and buffers to be seeded with grass and maintained. Conditions set to due to public comment about how berms and buffers are not maintained at other rock quarries. Pre-blast survey to be done to neighboring properties, cost incurred by quarry owner and done annually. Conditions set due to public comment about possible damage done to their homes and property from blasting. Set truck routes, road maintenance agreements set by Board of County Commissioners. Example, road maintenance agreement from Pottawatomie County. The county receives 10 cents per ton of material that leaves the quarry. This money is deposited into the road fund and gives its own project, and it's given its own project number to distinguish from other road monies. So there was obviously a protest petition filed. It has come to my attention that there is a resolution from the state that goes with the state statute 192960. And the resolution reads, a resolution adopting rezoning or conditional use permit for mining operations subject to KSA 49-601 and amendments thereto, regardless of a protest petition or a failure to recommend by the Planning Commission, shall only require approval by a majority of all members of the Board of County Commissioners.
So a 2-to-1 vote is still passing instead of the 3-0 vote that we
Correct.
had previously thought.
Correct.
Okay.
Is that on all petitions or just the rock quarry? I mean, when they file a protest.
Mining.
It has to do with surface mining, with the Surface Mining Conservation Act. And if you notice on page 2, the future land use map, I have it circled. All of that is for future commercial use up 69 Highway.
Questions for Darren?
I'm kind of just kind of confused on the public hearing that it comes after the decision from the planning and zoning's been made, right? We come in
No.
here and we have a public hearing.
No, the public hearings,
Before
when,
zoning votes.
so the public hearing and then planning and zoning can either vote that
Because
night.
it goes in with the newspaper for 20 days or something, is that how on a public hearing, it's gonna be notified within 20 days in newspaper or something, is that right?
Yeah, it's notified 20 days in advance, and then it's a public hearing, and then planning and zoning can vote the night of the public hearing, table it for more discussion or deny. And they tabled it the first time.
So pretty much what we're saying is the public opinion doesn't have any weight in any of this really,
It's a small factor.
but yet we stopped the entire solar project because of public opinion. I don't see how that's fair towards,
Well, so the update from planning and zoning, there was a motion for prohibition. They voted yes, but they have not found their findings yet for that. And I'm looking for a venue right now to do the public hearing for the prohibition.
so the petition that the landowners had put out there, what weight does it have? What's the purpose of it? To let us know that they're mad at us?
So the purpose of
Really,
So the purpose of a protest petition, what it does is it changes the commission's vote from 2/3 to 3/4. But in this, there's on rock quarries, on surface mining, there's been a resolution written that protest petitions basically aren't allowed.
they must have somebody in office.
1929-60. And just for clarification, it's a statute, not a resolution. So, obviously, I don't know what the legislative intent was, but I'm assuming it's the legislatures in Kansas wanted to encourage, industrial use of land, I suppose. And so again,
Agriculture, right? It's agriculture.
no mining.
I know, but isn't it zoned agriculture though? It's industrial, but it's agriculture.
Right, it's allowed in the agricultural district.
But so, Danny, to kind of answer your question, the protest petition comes to mining that the state legislature made it, it's basically doesn't do anything, like just.
How did we find this? Did you find it, Burton, or what?
No, I was talking to Darren and we found it.
I sent it to Burton just to confirm that I was reading that correctly.
Other questions?
I just feel from what we just went through with the solar and how we stopped the process and we had a massive, massive public opinion on it and it weighed heavily on it. How we're not doing that.
4% is massive.
Okay, sure. But I just don't understand how we can take that in consideration and on that situation, but nothing here. I feel like that's not fair to the landowners.
Well, I think on the planning and zoning vote, it shows that 3 of them, I think, took that into consideration, and 6 of them voted yes for approval.
With conditions
With all of that I listed out.
to mitigate those factors that they deemed were necessary.
Right.
I will make a motion that we approve CUP 24-01 for the Mulberry Limestone Quarry with conditions and findings from planning and zoning. Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second.
I'd like to send it back to the planning and zoning and since everything we found out, and just let them look it over again and just see how they feel, just to make sure. I'd like planning and zoning to look it over again.
Well, I think you need to, your options with these are to approve, deny, or to send back with changes or recommendations. So sending it back is absolutely fine and appropriate, but I think you need to make some suggestion for change, I don't know what I have in mind, but,
Well, if there's, we talked about the different setbacks and everything.
Sure.
So I guess can we go ahead and have them put the setbacks, figure out what the setbacks is exactly to where we got it
yes,
in contract, if that's what it is.
yes, absolutely.
And show us,
So I was kind of just trying to read through some stuff on the internet. Should the landowners be, if they feel like that if their land value is going down, should they be compensated for what they think? Or, I mean, how does that, I was reading in here something about they should be compensated. Is that a possibility? Do you know anything about that?
Well, so what we're talking about is a conditional use permit, and so when we look at that, we have to see, is the permit even allowed by the county's policies and regulations? Well, Darren told us it is. We have, doing a rock quarry is something that Linn County specifically says you can get a CUP for. So, kind of a binary question, can they do it or can they not? So they can. So now the next question is, if we're going to allow it, what conditions are we going to put on it? And, he said some of those are, we can tax so much per ton to put into road fund to rebuild the roads that they're going to be deteriorating, blah, blah, blah. And I guess in theory, a condition could be some sort of fund for home values, but I think that's pretty far fetched. Really, that's outside the purview of the conditional use permit. I think if a homeowner has a grievance that has affected their property, that strikes me as more of a civil issue between the homeowner and the quarry maybe. But I guess, you could build into whatever conditions you want, something to compensate the owners for lost value, but I don't know how you'd calculate that and how, that seems difficult to do at best, but, does that answer your question, Danny?
I don't know. I'll try to find what I was reading, but as a commissioner, yes, I do want to get business here, but I'm here for the people. So I feel like that's my job is to protect the people.
Sure. Well, and again, that's why you're here to approve it or not approve it. That's your job and you're doing your job. But I don't know if there's a but to that. That's what you're here for.
Which people, Danny?
The entire county.
Right, the entire county.
Yeah. I'm confused on what your question was. Like, what do you mean?
You said for the people, and I just wanted to make sure that we're talking about for the entire county.
Well, have I ever been about just my district?
That's
I'd take
not what
calls
I'm-
from your district, I assure you.
Okay,
So I'd say the whole county, yes.
okay, thank you. Okay.
So I guess Jim's made a motion to send it back to planning and zoning with the changes to look at setbacks.
And what restrictions we're putting on it, I mean, as far as in writing, if,
And I'm not positive, but I think from past doing some of these, aren't we supposed to give written instructions to the planning commission of
Yeah,
what
that would be
they're?
reduced to
look
writing,
at?
yeah.
Okay, so what are you asking for?
as far as what Jake said, as far as the setbacks and the trees and everything else that you talked about, if. You name it, we'll do it. We'll have to send it back to planning and zoning to work through it, right?
Yeah, I think to David's point, again, we're going to write them a letter saying these are the things we want you to look at and reconsider or make changes to. So we got setbacks and if he said something else, I can't remember off the top.
Trees, the covering of the berms, that's what you're talking about?
In that case, Jake, who would be in charge? Would it be you or because you're just the landowner, so pretty much when this goes through, you're done, right?
Mulberry limestone, and it's gonna go just the way I want it to go.
So we
I'm
hold,
set forth all these guidelines and rules that are supposed to be carried out within his operation. And something that hadn't been today, had been brought up in past meetings. I'm willing to go to 200 feet setback, and I don't know why people keep forgetting about that, but I feel like that's a pretty good compromise when I'm essentially going double the distance than what's normally set. It shows you that I do care about my neighbors.
We could also approve with those added conditions, could we not?
No, I think you have to approve it as it's written or send it back and ask for changes and then they make the changes and send it back.
And then I believe, once you've done that, then they could change. things
Yes.
if they wanted to.
Right, once we send it back and they make changes to Jim's point, and they can change the recommendation and send it back to you guys and then you approve it with.
They can add to it or subtract whatever they
Exactly.
feel as far as the board that they want to do.
And if you like it at that point, then you can approve it.
Okay, so is that your
My
motion?
To send it back to planning and zoning.
Is there a second?
Well, if you're not going to approve, you're not going to send back to the changes. The last thing you can do is deny it.
What do you think, Danny?
well, I'm still thinking on it pretty hard.
If you want to, I think you can table it, but there's a deadline for how long you have to think about this. Do you know what it is off the top of your head, Darren?
I don't know the deadline on how many times it can be tabled. I'll have to check.
I think you're safe to do it today, but
So just so I understand, so the petition that they had going around is irrelevant.
Yes.
It's irrelevant in terms of it doesn't change anything about the voting requirements. I mean, it does, again, alert you to feelings of,
And we did allow them to come in and speak about it, Danny.
Huh?
We did allow them to come in and speak about it again outside of their public hearing, directly to us.
But for what? Because it doesn't play any weight, anything, does it?
well, it can play a weight in your vote. I mean, you can be persuaded by the protesters, but it doesn't change anything about the composition of the vote. It changes three-fourths requirement or anything like that.
I will second Jim's motion. It's been moved and seconded that we send back CUP 24-01 with the request for added setbacks and trees and berm maintenance. Does that is that what you said?
And findings of what,
requirements like the berm height, you know, where the trees are planted, we plant off the berm, I think they plant, you know, on the east side, west side of the berm, that definitely needs to be specific.
Okay.
is there anything, if the planning and zoning decides to come up with anything in this deal, they can change,
Well, I mean.
they can make recommendations?
Yeah, so what they'll do is they'll take the changes or take the recommendations that you've just made. They'll discuss it and either make changes to what they've recommended or not. They may say, no, we think this is the best idea and not make any changes. But what essentially what'll happen is we're going to write down what you're asking them to reevaluate or look at. They're going to go back in their meeting, discuss it, and then make changes or not, and then send it
On
back.
setbacks or anything?
On setbacks and berms and trees and you know, foliage or whatever, and I guess are you asking maybe just for specificity to increase some of those things, to increase coverage?
Just that.
Sure. Well, so anyways, then they'll make a new recommendation and then send it to you. We'll have another meeting identical to this, and you guys will consider the CUP with the new recommendations.
Okay.
Whether you want to approve it at that time or send it back again or deny it.
Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
I'll be in favor of sending it back.
Okay, so 3-4-0 against. Okay,
I need 5 minutes executive session for legal.
okay. I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for 5 minutes for legal advice from the county counselor with Darren. That would be deemed privileged to the attorney-client relationship pursuant with consultation with attorney exception KSA 754319B, Section 2, concerning and obtaining legal advice from the county counselor. The commission room, we will resume at 10:39.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to go into a 5-minute legal with Darren. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, I'm showing the times.
Okay.
I guess just some information for, oh, Danny's not.
He'll be back in a second. Okay, we had no action from executive session.
I do have two things. I had a planning and zoning member message me and notify me that our P and Z 101 workshop is next Monday night with Cal. It'd be great if all the commissioners could attend, but you may have to ask for a special meeting, which we would. I would like to attend. Would you guys?
I would as well.
That's Monday night.
Yep, next Monday. So I think it'd be good for all of us, maybe, my opinion.
I think so too. So we need to,
We're gonna need to send out a notice of special meeting, so I need time, date, place, and what you're talking about.
Where did Darren go?
what's that? I think it's a open,
Yeah. there's other
Meeting.
Meetings.
there won't be any public comment or anything along those lines, but yeah. Right.
Darren, can you speak on that? What do you think?
I apologize. I forgot to tell you guys that. Next Monday, 6 o'clock, Mr. Cap will be here. The meeting will be here at the annex. And he's supposed to send me an agenda this week of what he's going to be speaking about.
So, any idea how long that will take, or what?
6 to 9.
6 to 9. So I guess for me, for a notice, what I need is, I mean, this would be what, training for planning and zoning, and commission wouldn't need to take any action. Right?
No,
We'll just be in attendance.
So I think what I would typically do on something like that is I would list a special meeting at that time, that the purpose of the meeting is to sit in with the planning commission for training from the attorney, and that no action will be taken by the commission. And that way it covers the things I need to notice people on for it, but that would also mean you could not vote on anything while you.
Of course.
Is that
Okay.
okay to everybody?
Does to
Yes.
me.
We're just basically there for gain knowledge of what,
Yep. So we need a motion on that?
I think it'd be appropriate.
Yes.
It's Earth Day, but I think I can make it.
I move that we have a special meeting on Monday, the 22nd, from 6 to 9 at the annex to attend Mr. Kaup's presentation with the Planning and Zoning Board with no action to take place. Is there anything else I needed to include in that?
And I'll type up a notice and get it.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the special meeting?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
The next thing I wanted to mention was so we don't get roped into it again, is our juvenile intake contract. that is up, I believe, July 1st, right? Jim,
I
can you
think it's
remember?
July.
I think that's the
When
notice.
we have
that
to
we want
notice, it'd be
cancel.
up at the very first of the year.
Right, so, I know we had a lengthy discussion on it last year. I'd be in favor of giving a notice and trying to find a,
So don't we need to know where we're going?
well, he stated that they accept people, at the door when they need it. I don't know if that's still the case, but
I would be in favor of us doing that if we could button
like a
that
day
up.
by day basis, that's kind of where I'm at.
Jim?
I suppose we ought to make sure, or see what we can do to make sure we got a place to go.
I can reach back out to, I sit on that board. I can reach back out to Wyandotte County. I spoke with them last year. They were kind of full, but if I can hit them a little early.
I'm all in favor of stopping what we've been doing. I mean,
Me too. It's just, I want to make sure we're covered.
Well, if you guys are okay with it, I'll just kind of
I am.
talk to them. I thought I had the report. I think I left it at home, but
Okay.
I'll look into that.
And say, I think you just have to give them notice by the 1st of July if you're going to cancel at the end of the year.
Okay.
So I'll just continue looking and get for sure answers, and then we can do what we're going to do.
That'll be good. Thank you, Danny.
I wanted to let you know earlier you were talking about the one check and the bills. I did find that detailed invoice and emailed it and put it on your SharePoint site, so you've got it.
Thank you.
From Burton?
Yes.
Okay. Next thing we have on the agenda is the county councilor interviews.
So you're a little early. If you want to start, there's no reason you can't. The next outside person coming in for it is not scheduled till 11:30, which is 45 minutes from now. So however you want to handle the timing, just get started if you want to start now. Or I don't know how
We
long.
just go ahead and do a half hour first on the first one with Burton.
that's fine.
Okay. And then go from there. Okay, I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for non-elected personnel with Burton Harding for interviews for the county councilor. We'll be returning at 11:16.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to go into executive session for non-elected personnel. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
You don't necessarily need me in there all the time, do you? I mean, I'll be around if you need me for something. Mr. Miller is standing outside here and he's ready whenever you are, so,
Okay.
um, who knows if the next one will get here early or not too, but he might, so.
All right, so we'll just do another half hour.
That's good.
So I'll make a motion that we go into executive session with Conrad Miller in regards to the counselor's position for non-elected personnel. We'll return at 11:46.
I'll
Is
second
that right? Wow.
I got 47 on.
Okay, well, I didn't bring mine in. So 11:47. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I think we're ready for a motion whenever you guys are ready.
Okay. I move that we go into personnel, non-elected personnel executive session with Mark Hagan to interview for the county councilor's position. And what time are we sitting at right now?
11:47. So it's 12:17 if you're going half an hour.
Okay, do we want to have another 10 minutes to deliberate afterwards?
That's fine. We can come out after where we're at and see what we do, whatever you want to do.
Okay,
And see where we're.
so just do the half hour?
Yeah.
Okay, for 30 minutes, we'll be out at,
12:17.
okay, 12:17.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Come on back, Mark.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Right on time.
I was watching the clock. So the thought now is that we'll go back in for 10 minutes to discuss non-elected personnel,
I'll second it.
so we can make decisions.
Also
Deliberate.
left you a copy of the notice of special meeting for next week, if that looks all right.
Okay. It says you are hereby notified that a special meeting of the Board of Linn County Commissioners has been called and will be held at 6 on Monday, April 22nd at the Linn County Courthouse Annex. Special meeting has been called to attend training provided to the Commission and Planning Commission by James Kaup concerning planning and zoning regulations. The commission will not take any action during this special meeting.
And we've already made the motion for that, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I think it looks good.
Yep. You want to look at it, Danny?
Okay,
Okay, so you want 10 minutes?
yep. So when's that put us out?
I'm at 12:18, so it'll be 12:28.
Okay, that's my motion.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session for 10 minutes for non-elected personnel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Are we back in? There's no action from executive session. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting. Meeting adjourned.